Good evening, good morning, Professor Martin.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Sir,
Hello.
you are on mute mode. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
is that better?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Glad to see you again, sir.
Well, thank you. Glad to be here.
Yes. So today is the last short-term program, sir.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yes,
is really enjoying these sessions that you and ma'am are taking.
Happy to hear that.
And everybody has given the very positive and cheerful feedback in the feedback form that we have shared with all the participants for the past 4 days.
Wonderful.
So, sir, we are hoping to get more participants in the next 1 to 2 minutes.
Yes.
Then we shall start formally, sir.
Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Morning, Virginia.
Eugenia, you are muted. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, Glenn.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
A very good morning. Very good morning, Professor Glenn and Professor Eugenia. Namaskar.
Morning. Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste. Dr. Neelam, namaskar.
Namaskar, ma'am. I hope your program was successful.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Sir.
Sir, 26 participants have joined. Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, please start.
Okay, all right. So I would request Mema ma'am to please start, and please start the recording also.
I've put on the recording. Okay, we extend our heartfelt appreciation and namaste to our esteemed speakers, Professor Glenn Martin and Professor Eugenia Armand, for their exceptional dedication and captivating presentation over the past few days. Thank you for illuminating our minds and enriching our collective experience throughout this remarkable journey of knowledge and discovery. On behalf of organizing committee, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome and regards to respected Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Senior Professor, Head and Dean, Department of Commerce, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Professor Urvashi Sharma, Professor, Department of Commerce, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Professor Kalpana Hagni, Principal, Kamala Nehru College, University of Delhi. Dr. Neelam Gupta, Ambassador, WCPA Global for International Outreach, National Coordinator for India. Professor Sunita Gupta, Professor, Department of Commerce, Kamala Nehru College, University of Delhi. Dr. Rohit Kumar Srivastava, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. My dear faculty members, research scholars, working professionals, corporate delegates, and students, as we gather here today for valedictory session of 5-day short-term program on world law prospects, emerging world law, and the G20, it is with great pleasure that we acknowledge the successful collaboration and support extended by the WCPA and Kamala Nehru College. Today, we are standing at the final leg, that is, 5th day of this program. Over the course of these sessions, we explored crucial aspects of global governance and principles underlining them. Let's delve into the highlights of each day's topics. On the first day, we began by introduction the Earth Constitution and its purpose. Moving on the second day, our focus shifted towards world legislation. As we progressed to the third day, we explored economics of Earth Constitution and world legislation. On the final day, Dr. Rakesh Gupta just left us with thought-provoking session on G20. As Professor Martin explained the importance of spirituality in human awareness and sustainability yesterday, we will be deep diving in such conversations going further. To commence, I would like to invite Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, esteemed senior professors and head of Department of Commerce, University of Delhi, to share his words that are bound to enlighten and captivate this esteemed gathering. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahima. Again, the same thing. I think it is the time for the experts to speak on this theme, Dr. Glenn and Eugenia. And it's glad to see that all the organizers have been doing this job wonderfully well for making this happen. So I thank all of you, Professor Urvashi, and Rohit, Madam Neelam, and Sunita ji, and all others, those who have been part of the organizing team, the principal of the college, and all the members, those who have made this to put this together. And I wish you again the success of the last day as well, and the continuing efforts that are required to make this very popular in the future. This particular topic or this particular in the industry. Over to you,
Sir,
Thank you.
Sir, I would also like to quote, let our hearts be filled with gratitude for the lessons learned over these past 4 days, and may our paths be guided by the vision of a united world where peace and justice prevails. I would also like to request Professor Urvashi Sharma, Chairperson Governing Body, Kamala Nehru College, University of Delhi, to kindly address the gathering with your captivating thoughts. Over to you, ma'am.
what to say, when we say when the heart is full, you have no words. So definitely, it's a very deep gratitude that all of us are together online from different parts of world, where US, India, and such a collaboration, when we say the exchange, the learning exchange programs we organize. And it's very nice to see the learned and multifaceted people like Professor Glenn, Professor Eugenia, to listen to them, to understand their thought process, that how deeply and wonderfully they are doing the work in this domain. So we are really, sir, touched by your knowledge and efforts which you have put in these 5 days. And we are very humble, and it's your generosity that at 7 o'clock in the morning you are with us, and you have given a right perspective in this direction, because 5 days are not enough until we are practicing it. So you have given a very good program and a schedule, day to day, like 5 day schedule, and you're going accordingly, and with the help of presentation, with the help of your inherent knowledge. Both of you are given us a deep insight on this topic. So I really thank, first of all, both of you, that you have agreed that yes, we can have this program. And again, the today we have celebrated the centenary year, and our honorable Prime Minister, he has also address the audience, and like it was a privilege to listen to him. And he also quoted the visit to US and a good partnership of US and India, and even our education minister was also there, and he also said that how we can increase the level of our education. So it is an ongoing process, and we'll be continuously touched with you, and also US as a whole, and it's a pleasure listening to you these 5 days. I thank Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir, who has given us the opportunity to organize such programs, and I'm privileged to be the coordinator. I thank Dr. Rohit Srivastav, who has been continuously with his tiring efforts, working hard on this despite of having a lot of engagements in department. I thank Professor Bhakuni, who she has, despite her mother was ill, and she lost her mother one day before. So it's really a tragedy. And then too, she has agreed, and she was very positive that yes, we can go ahead. I thank Professor Sunita Gupta, who is representing Kamala Nehru College, and most important, like the Neelam Gupta ji, we had a talk also day before yesterday in Deep. So it's very good that these organizations are with us, and all the organizing team who are there with us, the comparing people, the participants who has made it more successful. Seriously, so all stakeholders really need, we can have a round of applause for all the stakeholders, from the speakers, organizers, and every participant. Thank you very much, and let us have a very enriching this day, 5th day of our workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your encouraging words. I think so. Everybody present here, our thoughts are alike. Like you have spoken, actually, our thoughts are about the same. How well we have connected over these 4 days. For the new joinees, I'm just introducing Professor Glenn T. Martin is an emeritus professor of philosophy at Radford University, Virginia, USA, and president of WCPA. Professor Eugenia Almond is an honorary Juris Doctor from Institute on World Problems, Earth Constitution Institute. Over to you, sir and ma'am. Please let us discuss it further.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to hear all of you talk this morning. Today, we want to put this into a maybe even a larger perspective, an evolutionary perspective of human beings evolving on this planet. Let me call up my my PowerPoint here. Okay, can you see that? Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, very much.
Yes.
We're able to see.
Okay. Okay, so I entitled this Human Dignity and World Order, Comprehensive Foundations for Emerging World Law. And thus far, we've seen the world system of militarized nation states and global capitalism dates back to the 17th century and is both are fundamentally outdated. We have seen that the system of international law that governs today's world is in fundamental tension with the concept of democracy that also evolved over this same period. We've also studied the concept of sustainability and its embodiment in the UN Sustainable Development Goals and examined why the present system cannot achieve these goals. Today, we'll put these issues into a larger framework, the evolution of human consciousness and moral growth. I'll remind us of this very important element in the preamble to the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It says recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. The dignity, it says, is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace. Our world does not have freedom, justice, and peace significantly in it today. So we may conclude that our world is not based on the recognition of the dignity of human beings, right? And that's my thesis today for our presentation. There's a Yale professor named Jonathan Glover. He published a book called Humanity, A Moral History of the 20th Century. He published this in 1999. And the book, which is depressing to read, reviews in detail the horrors of the 20th century. Genocides, many genocides, not just a Nazi genocide. Massive wars targeting civilians. Tens of millions of civilian deaths. Rampant torture everywhere, right up to the present day. Systems of dehumanization of enemies, humanly caused mass hunger, misery, and starvation. That's the 20th century. The century in which, in 1948, the United Nations came out with that statement about human dignity as a source of justice, freedom, and peace in the world. Glover concludes his book by saying, "We are still disfigured by our origins. We live in tribes with apparently unending epidemics of mutual killing. The numbers of late 20th century political dead indicate that our social arrangements for containing violence are massively failing us. The festival of cruelty continues. However, because this massive social failure is recognized as such, there is the chance of a remedy." Now we see that something is fundamentally wrong. And we've been talking about this issue throughout our course this week. So Glover ends his book with a call. He says, to avoid further disasters, we need political restraints on a world scale. Yeah, that's something we really don't have right now, as we've seen. We don't have any control on a world scale. The UN itself has no effective political restraints, no authority. But the politics is not the whole story, he says. We have experienced the results of technology in the service of the destructive side of human psychology. Something needs to be done about this fatal combination. This means the means for expressing cruelty and carrying out mass killing have been fully developed. It is too late to stop technology. It is to the psychology that we must turn. Right? We got to look at our psychology. Not only the system. We've looked at the system during this entire week. But we got to look at our psychology as well, he says. So Glover's call declares that we need better institutional systems to protect human dignity and control violence, as he says. And 2, we need to grow human psychology toward ever greater respect for human dignity. And this idea of dignity was first really emphasized in the 18th century by Immanuel Kant. And Glover at the end of his books quotes Immanuel Kant. Kant is a kind of source for people talking about dignity in the 20th and 21st century. So Kant says at the top here, humanity itself is a dignity, for a man cannot be used merely as a means by any man, but must always be used at the same time as an end. It is just in this that his dignity or personality consists. So neither can he act contrary to the equally necessary self-esteem of others. He is under obligation to acknowledge in a practical way the dignity of humanity in every other person. Kant is famous for this emphasis on dignity and human beings as ends in themselves, sources of human rights. So for Kant, Kant calls the fundamental principle of all morality the categorical imperative. And the categorical imperative says, always treat every person as an end in themselves, never merely as a means. To be an end in oneself, Kant explains, means to have dignity, which is an infinite value beyond all price. That's what dignity is. You can't put a price on it. Inviolable human rights, inviolable dignity. To be merely a means is to be used as something that can be treated like a thing, something that has merely price. Okay, does this make sense, this kind of distinction? Many of us are familiar with it already, I know. So here is a quote from Erin Daly, who is an expert on human rights, and from her book, Dignity Rights, Courts, Constitutions, and the Worth of the Human Person, which came out in 2013. She says, the value of dignity acknowledges the uniquely human qualities that distinguish us as a species from all others. It privileges our capacity to think and plan and to care for one another. As a right, it uses these attributes to assert claims against the state. And that is why it is viewed as a stand-in for all rights. Whether in the context of discrimination or torture or Social Security, the recognition of human dignity means that the state must, in all its dealings with individuals, respect what is special about the human person. In thousands of cases, courts have shaped the meaning of human dignity and made it relevant to people around the globe. In the aggregate, these cases show convincingly that the idea of human dignity has, in the last 60 years, turned into a legal right, or many legal rights, that courts will enforce and governments are bound to respect. Here we see, again, emerging the contradiction that we saw yesterday. The contradiction was between the nation-state institutions of militarism and so on, and the concept of democracy. And here we have, courts around the world are using the concept of human dignity and recognizing it. Governments are bound to respect that. And yet, Glover and his history of the 20th century and our own knowledge of the 21st century up to the present show that it is not being respected. Right? Nations do not respect this, and corporations do not respect this. We have a serious cognitive dissonance here. So, question period 1. After reviewing the terrible history of the 20th century, what does Glover say about what we need to do in response? Anybody? It says 2 things. Anybody want to give us those 2 things? We need political restraints on violence because these are failing us massively. So we need institutional arrangements that protect us. And secondly, we need to deal with our psychology, our moral growth. So we saw Herman E. Daly, the famous sustainable economist, 2 classes ago when we were looking at the concept of sustainability. But here is something he says that I think is very important in the present context. It says, economist Herman E. Daly, whose thought we examined earlier in relation to sustainability, writes, quote, a physical steady state, that is sustainability, if it is to be worth living in, absolutely requires moral growth. Institutional changes are necessary, but they're insufficient. Moral growth is necessary, but it's also insufficient. So, like Glover, he says exactly the same thing, doesn't he? We need institutional changes and we need moral growth if we're going to have a decent world in the future. So it is moral growth toward world-centric levels of awareness, at the very least, that can both initiate and harmonize with the necessary institutional changes to give the Earth a sustainable civilization. Okay, we saw yesterday that the apparent contradiction between the institution of nation-state sovereignty and the concept of democracy, which is based on dignity and human rights, we saw that contradiction. And now we see a contradiction between a world where dignity is a legal concept in many constitutions and is promoted and used worldwide, even in court cases, and a dominant world system that is filled with war, terror, torture, mass murder, environmental destruction, and social chaos. Why this contradiction? That's our question today. So, to address this contradiction, in order to address this issue, we need to examine the evolution of human consciousness from the past to the present, in order to reinforce the concept that our human consciousness continues to evolve. It's not just something we're stuck with. Secondly, today we need to examine the concept of personal growth that has become a consensus among many philosophers and psychologists. And we'll look at both of these things briefly right now. So, evolutionary emergence of the idea of dignity. We have seen that our common human consciousness has evolved over 2 million years of the existence of Homo sapiens on Earth. Right? That's what the scientists say, that we, genetically speaking, we Homo sapiens have been on Earth about 2 million years. It began to emerge into the subject-object separation in the very ancient cave paintings taking place around the world between about 40,000 and 15,000 years ago. And we're all familiar with these cave paintings. I personally have visited some of them in northern Spain, the Altamira cave paintings. Very fascinating. done many thousands of years ago. In my book Millennium Dawn, I referred to this consciousness that they had. The people who did the cave paintings had what scholars call a magical consciousness. It's not the same as our consciousness. They weren't looking at the world the same way that we do. They distinguished it. We distinguished this consciousness from the mythological consciousness that emerged between 10 and 12,000 years ago, that eventually characterized all the great river valley civilizations of the world. So here we have, for example, the Egyptian culture along the Nile River 5,000 years ago. Their consciousness was very different. It was not the cave painters' consciousness. It was not our consciousness. Scholars call it a mythological consciousness. Today's consciousness, right? The consciousness that all of us share in this meeting, it says it was not until the famous axial period in history between the 8th century to the 2nd century before the Common Era that human beings began to emerge into a subject-object awareness sufficient for philosophical reflection on the world as a whole in relation to transcendence. That is Yahweh, Buddha nature, Brahman, Tao, and so on. Out of this latest transformation of consciousness, all of today's great religions were born. So there's a consensus that during this period in the first millennium before the Common Era, human consciousness around the world began to transform again. It began to leave the mythological orientation to the world. You might remember that many of these founders of religions, like Lord Buddha or the prophets in Israel and so on, they were very critical of the mythological orientation. Right? They're establishing something new, and it's the subject-object relationship capable of envisioning the world as a whole and envisioning transcendence that only human beings became capable of during this transformative period. So on the right-hand side, it says, today, each of us lives in a personal subjectivity, right? Our self-consciousness, our personal awareness. Each of us is an I that has the freedom to make choices, to have goals and ambitions, and to embrace moral principles. This is what constitutes our human dignity. So dignity is recognizing this subjectivity that we all have, this inner world, this world that's capable of freedom and choices and so on. That's directly connected with our idea that human beings have a special dignity that we do not find in the animals or in the rest of nature. So question period 2. What was the axial period in human history, and why do some thinkers believe we are entering into a second axial period today? The axial period was a transformation. Why do you think we might be entering into a second period today? Anybody have thoughts about that? For one thing, we could point to these contradictions that we've been seeing in our course. Yesterday, the contradiction between democracy and the institutions of sovereign nation states. Today, the contradiction between our sense that human beings have dignity and the world order full of violence and terror and violations of dignity. Right? So these contradictions create a cognitive dissonance in us, and we say, how can we deal with this? How can we move forward? How can we transform our consciousness to make the world a different place? And that's what the proponents of the second axial period are saying. So today, many thinkers posit a second axial age. in which human consciousness is again mutating to an even higher level. This may indicate the emergence of cosmic consciousness within a broad spectrum of humanity. It would mean as well that humanity as a whole understands itself in relation to the cosmic process, and that we could conceive of ourselves as one humanity and one planetary civilization. The possibility of the development of a true human community comes into view. A true human community. That's what the Earth Constitution is about. All right. GTM reviewed this development in some detail in the opening chapters of the book Global Democracy and Human Self-Transcendence. So thinkers, we've kind of reviewed this. Let's just systematize it a little bit. We've kind of reviewed this in what we've seen so far this morning. Scholars say the first 2 million years of human existence, there are no signs in whatever we can dig up, in whatever archaeological findings we can, there are no signs that there was a sense of self-awareness, that there was self-awareness in those. In other words, the first human beings, for most of our time on this planet, were like the animals, right? The animals don't have self-awareness. They have awareness, but they're not self-conscious. And that's what makes your dog or your cat so charming and so endearable, right? They're just innocent. And so that's just called primitive unity. It's the unity that we're living in a unity of nature, unity with the cosmos, and we're not yet separated out from that unity through self-consciousness. And then with the first signs of a beginning of separation between human beings and the world are in these cave paintings, right, called the magical consciousness. The separation has gotten to the point where human beings can symbolize the antelope that they have to have for food that they're chasing, or the bison, and they can use these. They can place these symbols on the caves that they're living in, and they're having ceremonies in, and it shows that they know, they have a consciousness that they're not the same as the animal, not the same as the antelope. There's a beginning of a separation there. Okay, does that make sense? And then that separation continues in the mythological consciousness, which is there, scholars have pointed out, in the great ancient river valley civilizations of the world, along the Nile River, along the Tigris-Euphrates River in the Middle East, along the Yellow River in China, and along the Ganges in India. Mythological consciousness. So today, the emergence of the subject-object self-consciousness came about, as we've seen, during the axial period. And today, many thinkers speak of a post-axial age in which human consciousness is again mutating to a higher level. And we understand the cosmos now at this higher level. We're beginning to understand the cosmos, which is 13.7 billion years old, has given birth to creatures conscious of this same process. So we are, in some sense, the cosmos become aware of itself in us. And thinkers like Sri Aurobindo said exactly this. Sri Aurobindo said, the universe has become conscious of itself in us. And therefore, there's a purpose, right? Why would the universe become conscious of itself in us? We share in the consciousness that is at the heart of the universe, the foundations of the universe. Why would this happen in us? What is expected of us? What values can we derive from this realization that the universe has created something in us, this self-awareness, this awareness of the whole process of evolution. What does that mean for how we should be living and acting on this planet? So the idea of personal dignity and individual human rights could only emerge during this post-axial era in which subject and object are sufficiently differentiated so that personal subjectivity is now seen as the essence of a human being. We're a mind-body unity, surely, but the mind is what makes us human, right? The subjectivity is what makes us human and gives us our inviolable dignity. And as all the great religions have surmised, that dignity is connected with the very foundations of the world, with our Buddha nature, or with Yahweh, with God, with Brahman. So although they're in an embryo form earlier, this idea of personal dignity only clearly emerged in conjunction with democratic theory in the 17th and 18th century. It's very new. All right, on this time scale that we're looking at, 2 million years, it's just yesterday that the idea of personal dignity really came into human awareness in any significant way. And it crystallized in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. So there are many thinkers that say this process of the evolution of human consciousness that has taken place with human beings over the last 2 million years is in some fundamental way recapitulated in the moral growth of human beings from as concrete entities. When we're in the womb, when we're in our mother's womb, it's as if we're in the primitive unity, right? Human beings before self-consciousness. We're just one, where there's no consciousness there. You know, we're born into the world as infants, and we begin a process of growth, the growth of our consciousness, growth of awareness, and so on. And this continues hopefully throughout our whole life. So it says here on the left side, yet human beings become conscious of their dignity and their duty to respect the dignity of themselves and others only through a process of growth. On the right side, children clearly have very little consciousness of this and need to be guided to grow properly into adults who have this awareness. Okay, does this make sense? So there are a number of thinkers, spiritual thinkers, psychologists, philosophers, have come to a broad consensus about stages of human growth. And the stages we'll look at are just the most elementary stages, and most of them refine these stages in terms of substance and so on, but what we need to do here in this presentation. So we'll look at the affirmed by thinkers such as Jürgen Habermas in his book Communication and the Evolution of Society, 1979. Psychologist Lawrence Kohlberg, who wrote the famous book The Psychology of Moral Development, The Nature and Validity of Moral Stages, 1979. Carol Gilligan. Carol Gilligan, a professor at Harvard University, I believe. Her book, In a Different Voice, is about women's growth. Right? Women, she says, speak in a different voice from men. They articulate it differently, but she affirms that the stages are fundamentally the same, right? Even though women articulate their their growth through these stages in a different language or a different voice. And spiritual thinker Ken Wilber, in his book Integral Spirituality, a startling new role for religion in the modern and postmodern worlds. So here is their consensus, basically. It's a generic model put together for our purposes in the class here. At the lowest stage, when we're young children, we're egocentric, right? The young brother and the sister. This is mine. This is mine. You can't have it. This is mine. They think in terms of my, and they really can't conceive of the point of view of other people. They haven't yet learned to take the role of the other, to imagine how the other might feel or think. Block here. I operate my own self-interest and that of my immediate family and friends. In this orientation, typical not only of young children, but many adults, I think in terms of my selfish interests and have very little compassion or understanding of the needs of others. Okay, we probably all have experienced adults who have this orientation, as well as children. And then if our growth continues, if the growth of the young child continues, they become socialized, right? Socialized means they're integrated into the culture of the mother and father, the religion of the mother and father, their background, of course, their language, their nation that they're living in, and so on. And this brings our consciousness as human beings into the ethnocentric stage, which is the second stage of growth. So ethnocentric identification is with one's surrounding community. I conceive of myself and my community in negative or positive relation to all other aspects of civilization that are not me. Hence, I think of the world through the lens of my nation. I am an American. I am a Russian. I am an Indian. My religion, my race, or my culture. I project this minus onto the world to assume the reality and necessity of the world as it is now, of sovereign nations, militarism, and war. It's part of the culture of everybody. And I believe that my ethnocentric identifications are correct and superior to those who think differently. Yeah, I remember one of my relatives when I was a boy, and would be talking about the world and so on, and he would say, "Aren't they stupid in India?" He says, many of them are hungry, and they have cows walking around the streets, he says. They have cows, great, all this meat walking around the street, and they don't kill these cows. You know, and he thought that his culture, which would kill the cows, of course, in the United States, was so much superior to people who did not want to kill the cows, right? He was ethnocentric, right? Focusing on his own culture and looking at the world from the perspective of that culture. So, but this is still immaturity according to these thinkers, right? Maturity begins as we grow to a world-centric realization, right? A world-centric realization of the oneness of humanity and human civilization. In this case, I transcend my personal and ethnocentric concerns and begin to identify with my common humanity and our common humanity. I begin to be able to make judgments independent of my culture or upbringing. I evaluate ideas according to their coherence, consistency, and universality. I recognize that there are universal moral principles, truly universal, not just my ethnocentric principles, but universal moral principles such as those formulated in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That declaration, by the way, was formulated by a committee led by U.S. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, of people from many different religions. There were Buddhists, there were Hindus, there were Muslims there in that committee, and they all, they were all at a world-centric level, so that they were able to come together with this UN Universal Declaration that they all agreed on, in spite of their various backgrounds.
Dr. Martin?
Yeah.
Not to disparage the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but Eleanor Roosevelt wrote a book after the committee declared the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And in the book, she expressed her disappointment that the committee was never able to distinguish between political rights that can be immediately protected and economic rights, which might take some time to be protected.
Yeah,
and
good point. Yeah.
So I think that it's important that we ask ourselves in our communication with one another, or when we meet with one another, how are we approaching this? Is there a relation that we are engaging in? Is it a matter of, is the protection of human rights and the recognition of dignity, is it a matter of a separate governor and governed? So is it that in this, for instance, in this seminar itself, is it a matter of the teacher and the taught, and therefore there's a separation in the process? Or can there be in our very seminar a state of learning, which is not a division between the learner and the learned? So can we see if consciousness can approach this as a human being together? I want to find out with my life, can there be a learning that is not that has no center, that has no unequal power relation? So if we can, there may need to be the professor that's leading or facilitating the process. Of course, I'm understanding that. I'm not disparaging myself or Dr. Martin, but rather what I'm saying is that it would seem to me that in this very seminar, there has to be this process of learning together that is not a transmission. That learning together is a coming together of minds seeing the same thing at the same level. And so there is no unequal power relation. Then, beginning in that state, we're beginning in a state of freedom. We're beginning in a state where we can ask the necessary questions about self-government. Is it going to be a ruler and a ruled? Or when we look at ourselves, consciousness comes to understand that the ruler is the ruled. Can there be, what does it mean for there to be a nuclear free consciousness? It's not merely a declaration. There have been lots of declarations of, this area or that area is nuclear free. But when we look at this and we're approaching the issue of self-government with World Federation at a world level, that doesn't it mean that the consciousness itself doesn't have a center? There's no separate I and you. There's no separation in terms of the human consciousness. So I would want to explore and learn in this freedom where we get technologically proficient, and we also, at the same time as getting technologically proficient, we're also becoming socially proficient as human beings with dignity. And emerging from that naturally, I would want to find out, can there be a state that actually has a describable structure, more or less, of world? We're not convinced of anything here. We're learning, right? We're looking to see, can we find out what is this about? So I would want to understand, Dr. Martin, what is this cosmocentric realization?
Yeah, what you're saying was articulated in a very similar way by Jiddu Krishnamurti. Some of us might remember him. He was an Indian-born sage that was so popular during the 60s, 1960s and 70s and 80s. He speaks the same way, the process of learning that is free of the teacher-student relationship and so on, learning together. And cosmic, that's another way of articulating cosmic consciousness. You're very right about that. The other thing in the world-centric level, it says here on the chart, I begin to make judgments independent of my culture. I evaluate ideas according to their coherence, consistency, and universality. Immanuel Kant emphasized that, because at some point in the development of our cognitive abilities, we begin to be able to critically evaluate our own culture and our own background, and as soon as we can critically evaluate our own background, we realize that we need to and can formulate principles that transcend that background, that are universal and coherent and consistent. And that's the ground of objective universal morality. And you're right that the Universal Declaration is not an ultimate statement. It does not distinguish between those things that have those rights that are in need of a progressive realization and those rights that are immediately enforceable. And the Earth Constitution does make that distinction in Articles 12 and 13, certainly. Yeah. So the cosmic realization, as it's expressed here in the bottom of this chart, the oneness of the cosmos. There's a principle of oneness, I think, that Eugenia is talking about, in our unique place within it. I find that what it means to be human has a cosmic dimension that must be applied to our planetary self-understanding, leading toward human liberation. And liberation means justice, peace, freedom, oneness with the cosmic ground of being, and so on. This cosmic awareness was promoted by many advanced spiritual thinkers, such as Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, and Ken Wilber. And we saw, I think, on the first day of classes this week, that the Sri Aurobindo movement for world union worked very closely with WCPA in writing the Earth Constitution and promoting it during the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. And world union has not flourished and not expanded since that time. with the passing of its then leaders, who were one of whom, A.B. Patel, was co-president of the WCPA, helping write the Constitution and so on. But you should know that we're in contact with World Union, what's left of it in Pondicherry, and they've expressed interest in revitalizing their commitment to a world unity that Sri Aurobindo was envisioning, and beginning to work with us. And we're working to have the next session of the Provisional World Parliament in Pondicherry. That's one of the reasons why it's so important, because that's the center of the World Union movement, and the Sri Aurobindo ashram is there, and Auroville is there, and so on. So, question: what are the four main stages of human cognitive and moral growth? Anybody? As children, we start off how? What do they call that?
Toddler?
Pardon?
The children.
Yeah, children. How do they start off according to that chart?
They're called toddler.
Yeah. So, okay, toddler, young child. Yeah. And the chart calls them egocentric, right?
I mean, the child. The child.
Yeah. Good. And then as we're socialized, we move into the next stage, which many of the scholars call what? What do they call it?
Then adult.
We're acculturated, and we begin to look at the world, the whole world, in terms of our own culture, which we think is superior. We think our culture has it right, and their culture is all wrong, and the rest of the world. What do they call that in that second stage?
Adolescence.
Dr. Martin?
Child?
The ethnocentric. It's called ethnocentric, right? Looking at things from one's own ethnic point of view. Ethnocentric stage, and then we grow beyond. If we're growing properly, most people probably in the world never get beyond the ethnocentric stage. But if we're growing properly, we become world-centric, right? World citizens, thinking in terms of one civilization, one humanity. Vaishudaiva Kudumbakam, right? The world is one family. And that's the world-centric stage. And then, a number of thinkers and visionaries and spiritual leaders talk about cosmocentric awareness after that. Okay?
Dr. Martin?
Yeah.
I was wondering if we could, as we are all educators, if in our daily life and in also in our classroom, of course we have technical processes to teach. We have to teach, for instance, specific law. But I'm also wondering if humanity can, as a whole, build an education, a manner of education that allows people, children, to learn without the ethnocentric stage or framework, without freezing them in that framework, so that from the very beginning they can be aware and not start off with prejudice and with conclusions, but with a mind that can see beyond that. and that understands the necessity of dignity from the very beginning, from early childhood. The ethnocentric states, they'll be there, but for there to be mitigations for freedom, and I think we have to find out in our classes if we can have such freedom from the beginning, so that this can emerge.
Well, it certainly is something we need to investigate and try to actualize. You know, the people around the world, teachers, like here in the United States, we know that in Florida, they're trying to ban books, right? And they're trying to ban woke ideology. Well, woke ideology is something what we're talking about, you know, because they're ethnocentric, right? They're bound up into their little worldview. The people who are running Florida and the governor DeSantis are they're bound up in their ethnocentric beliefs, and they want to post the 10 Commandments on a classroom wall, right? It's ethnocentric, right? It's there
to the exclusion of any other
right.
Religious background or heritage.
That's right.
I understand. It's
yeah.
And I think that it's tragic that around the world this sort of thing happens, and that if we can have an education that in which there's true religious freedom, in which there's not it's not coming from this ethnocentrism, or that it's not trying to bolster the ethnocentrism.
Yep. Yeah. That's our goal. Yeah. Okay. Any thoughts? Any other thoughts? Questions here?
Professor Glenn, Professor Urvishal aside, actually what we have studied and what we teach as our teachers also, like we have studied the approaches like ethnocentric, then polycentric, then regiocentric, geocentric. Then as you explained that we are knowing our culture only, we are into this beliefs. So we study the emic and the etic culture also, that we are seeing our culture only, or we are seeing the other culture as well for the research and study. So are we talking about the same ethnocentric and approach?
Yes, I think when you talk about an evolution to geocentric, that goes beyond, I think, ethnocentric, right? And many, it's a good point that you're making, because many cultures include something universal, right? So if as I mentioned earlier, one of our distinguished advisors before his death was Swami Yagnovich from New Delhi. And he spoke at the World Parliament of Religions in Toronto, 2018. And he spoke about the Atman, right? The Atman and the universality of human values and human and the human self in much the same way that Mahatma Gandhi did, right? So there are elements in the Indian culture which transcend ethnocentrism, right? And it's the same, I think, in all the other cultures. So as we grow, we can grow to a deeper awareness of our own culture and begin to see that there's a kind of dimension. And I think this dimension was emphasized by Rabindranath Tagore, who said, my role is to make a universal civilization on this planet, and so I think your point is very well taken, that 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 all cultures contain the seeds but what is it that makes us open, makes us capable of growing? Eugenia is talking about perpetual learning, and really taking away from our own culture that which is universal, that which transcends bigotry and prejudice, that which makes us embrace one another as human beings. That's the issue, I think.
Yes.
So
Yes.
good point. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, so we're re-examining the contradiction between human dignity and human actions. This consensus on the part of psychologists and philosophers helps us understand the issue. The majority of human beings are likely living at the ethnocentric level of development. Excuse me. We will not advance to a truly global civilization until a significant proportion of human beings have moved to the world-centric level of awareness. How does that happen? Now, maybe it's happening automatically, right? Just like the first axial period in the millennium before the Common Era. It happened and people didn't teach one another these things. It happened automatically. Human beings emerged into the subject-object relationship, the self-consciousness. And so this could be a source of hope for all of us, because we don't have to go around teaching everybody about this. It could be happening as we speak, so to speak. The Atman in us is there demanding to be recognized, as Mahatma Gandhi might put it. But on the other hand, there are things that we can do, each of us, as teachers and as political activists and so on. There are things that each of us can do to help promote the world-centric level of consciousness, right? In the way we're working with the cosmic consciousness to actualize, as Sri Aurobindo might have put it, to actualize higher states of consciousness. And in my view, the one of the as we'll see in a few moments, one of the most effective things we can possibly do is work for the ratification of the Earth Constitution. It's kind of a mechanism, and it's kind of an embodiment of this universal world-centric consciousness, right? And insofar as we talk about it, insofar as we recognize it, we study it, we promote it, we sign on to it, and so on. What we're doing is not only promoting this particular set of institutions which can end war and protect universal human rights and protect the environment, but we're also at the same time putting pressure on human consciousness to go beyond the ethnocentric level to truly world-centric point of view. So, but there's a major impediment that I've written about in a couple of my books. It's also there in my forthcoming book, which will be out in a few months. And that is the world system that we've been talking about during this week. Both militarized sovereign nation states and global capitalism foster immaturity in populations. That's my thesis. National states foster loyalty and national pride. Right? It's almost inevitable. You divide the world into these national states, all struggling with one another, and each state, I saw a few years ago in India, I saw a sign recruiting for the military of India that said, be part of something larger than yourself. Right, and the idea is that you affirm the nation state and your loyalty and so it's larger than you. And I've seen exactly the same sign in the United States, interestingly enough. When the military here advertises, sometimes they say, be part of something larger than yourself. Right, each nation is fostering national pride and loyalty. And capitalism, as many writers have pointed out, fosters selfishness and greed. It is based on the private accumulation of wealth and not on the common good, not on human dignity, but competition for the private accumulation of wealth. So there's a chart, a well-known chart that I've edited that we can look at here that I think helps to elucidate what we're talking about. This comes from Ken Wilber's work. Sometimes he is called the Einstein of human consciousness. He's quite an amazing intellect. He lives in Colorado in the United States, and the chart is called AQAL, AQAL, which stands for all quadrants, all levels. So you have in this chart 4 quadrants, and these are identified in the upper left-hand corner of you see the crossing arrows. In the upper left-hand corner, you see the words self and consciousness. Okay, so that quadrant is the quadrant of our subjectivity, our self and our consciousness. Right? On the top right, so it says I, self and consciousness, the I, right? It's the I dimension. On the top right, it's the it dimension. And that is as Wilber talks about, that's the arrow of the development of science, right? Scientific structures, the brain, organism, and so on. And then the bottom left, way down the bottom left, you see it says we, cultures, and worldview. The bottom left is the quadrant of culture. And everybody on the planet has both an I, they both have an it, and they have a we, which is culture. And so we can trace the evolution of culture, just as we can trace the evolution of the I and so on. And then on the bottom right, where it says the word its or systems, we have the quadrant for social, economic, and governmental systems. So if you're looking at human evolution, Ken Wilber says, you can trace the development on all of these axes, right? So if we go back to the top left quadrant, the self and consciousness quadrant, he says first in the very ancient times before self-consciousness, there was the instinctual level of human consciousness. Then we went into magic, right? And then he says we have moved into egocentric. And then in his schemata, we moved into a mythic self. And then we grew into an achiever self. It might be the early modern era, the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism and things like that, the achiever self. And then we have evolved, by and large, as human beings, he says, into a more sensitive self. And the trajectory of the arrow is that we're heading toward a holistic self and ultimately an integral self, right? So selfhood is evolving, according to his analysis. And then the same kind of thing, if you look at the bottom left, in terms of culture, there was archaic culture, and then magical culture, and then power gods culture, and then the mythic order culture, And then with the birth of the modern world, scientific rational culture. And then we get up to more recent times, pluralistic culture. And we're heading, according to Wilber, toward holistic world culture and integral culture. The world is uniting a culture to a global civilization, global culture. In his analysis, something similar in the upper right, where science is uncovering the structure of the world, ultimately leading toward cosmic and biospheric holism, as it says there. Okay, so in terms of the bottom right, that is economic and social systems that by which human beings organize themselves, that arrow, somewhat obscured by my overlay in these boxes, starts out with survival clans, and then it moves to ethnic tribes, and then feudal arrangements, and then so on. And it goes down the line toward, and I added the words Earth Federation under the Earth Constitution. Right? I added those words because, in my view, that's the direction of the development of economic and social systems, the evolution on this planet of these systems. So we have a trajectory of evolution in all four quadrants. My thesis that is represented in these yellowish boxes, the four yellowish boxes and the arrows that I imposed upon his chart. Here we are in the social, economic, and governmental systems, and we're under the rule of militarized nations and global capitalism. Right? This rectangular box at the bottom right. And militarized nations and global capitalism do not just influence the economic and governmental of the world. They influence everything else. So the red arrow pointing up to the upper right towards science, is its influence is indicated in the rectangular yellow colored box. Science is directed, the majority of science in the world is directed to war research and nuclear weapons. Right? Billions and billions of dollars to security, war research, nuclear weapons. So the world system, science could be used for the human welfare, couldn't it? It could be used for healing and for helping the environment and so on. But instead, much of it is directed toward war research. And then militarized nations and global security capitalism also influence the top left, self and consciousness. And the purple arrow pointing up to the top left is how it influences, as indicated in the rectangular box. It teaches us hate, fear, and uncertainty. So people psychologically are influenced to be hateful and fearful. And in the United States, there's a whole movement called MAGA, Make America Great Again. And they're afraid of the Russians. They're afraid of the Chinese. This comes from the system, right? The militarized nation state and global capitalism make a lot of money off of inculcating hate and fear and uncertainty in the movies they make and the culture that they influence and so on. And then the same principle operates in the bottom left of this chart. The bottom left is the we, the world of cultures and worldview. And so militarized nations and global capitalism, and this is the red arrow that goes from that box into the lower left quadrant, right? They influence this quadrant with the same kind of thing, cultures of fear and insecurity. So in India, everywhere you hear about the dangers of Pakistan, the dangers of China. In the United States, everywhere you hear about the dangers of Russia and so on. And so the system itself influences cultures and worldview. And so my thesis is that this trajectory of growth, which Ken Wilber is projecting in all four quadrants, is impeded and blocked by the current world system, which is a combination of militarized nations and global capitalism. It's interfered with. Does that make sense? Anybody have thoughts or questions about what I'm trying to describe here?
Dr. Martin?
Yeah.
One of the things that happens is that at least it apparently in the United States, a large portion of the media system and means of expression has been is being dominated by a mentality that is nationalistic and that is militaristic and that claims to speak for the opinions of the people of the continent of North America. And in fact, I believe that apparently most people in North America, we don't know what are the opinions of people continent-wide. We don't know what the opinion of people is. We don't know that the people of the United States support NATO. We don't know that. We don't know that the people of the United States fear Russia and support the continental government to have more and more war activity. That is told to us by the mass media. And there was a ruling. I think it was called called Citizens United, which has nothing to do with the citizens being united, which basically was a court ruling that says that that money is speech. Right. And if you don't have money, you don't have any right to speech. Only thereby conflating economic power with freedom, with right. Right. And so this is evidently a very dangerous situation, but I think it also means that we need to talk with one another and not just believe what we hear in mass media, because the mass media is depending upon us to simply believe and take a side and support efforts to destroy.
Yeah.
And
of course.
So we want to find out. I wouldn't say that the majority of people in the U.S. support war, or that the majority of people in the world support war. I think that's a fiction that is told to us by militarization systems.
No, they take polls, and there are a number of polling places that are quite highly respected
by the people that allow the publishing of the polls. So I'm just wondering out loud, and I'd like I will leave it I will leave it back that we can continue on, but this was just a point that when I speak with people, not everyone that I speak with is trusting of NATO. Not everyone that I speak with is trusting of the old system or of the United Nations, which purports to be our authority. but which, as we have seen in the seminar, in terms of legitimacy, is not our authority.
Yeah, if there's a as Wilbur thinks, and we have seen in our seminar so far today, if there are forces that are behind consciousness, that are attempting to activate a cosmic consciousness in us, right? If there's a second axial period and consciousness is beginning to transform because the cosmos wants it to happen, so to speak, then the influence on this chart of militarized nations and global capitalism to affect the self and consciousness, to affect culture and worldview, that influence has a counterforce, right? It isn't, and there's no claim that it's absolute, right? There's no claim that there are not ways that we, even if within our cultures there's so much influence of the billionaires and as you were saying, the money is speech decision of the Supreme Court. There's still ways that we can investigate the truth and work to illuminate ourselves and develop a world-centric point of view. And there's ways that we can, in spite of all the pressures on us to be ethnocentric, to be egocentric or greedy and so on, there's ways that we can, and steps that we can take to liberate ourselves from those impediments, right? To become more loving, more world-centric, more holistic in our own.
Miss Kara, I think we should start now.
Yes, ma'am. We can resume the session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'll turn it on to present again. Present. Okay. Is that wrong? Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes, yes,
Oh.
doctor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the thesis that I have been presenting in the chart is that growth toward a civilization based on human dignity is blocked by the current world system, or at least impeded. So how do we work toward transforming human consciousness to world-centric levels that recognize what the UN Universal Declaration says, that, quote, the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, peace, justice, and peace in the world. Right? The world system is not one based on that recognition. The best answer that I can come up with is working for the ratification of the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. It's a paradigm for human wholeness. And in the left-hand box there, it says, we need wholeness inwardly and outwardly. Economist Herman E. Daly, whom we've seen several times in our session, writes the following. He says, ecology is whole. It brings together the broken, analyzed, alienated, fragmented pieces of man's image of the world. Unless the physical, the social, and the moral dimensions of our knowledge are integrated in a united paradigm offering a vision of wholeness, no solution to our problems are likely. See, that's what we're seeing in today's session. We're trying to articulate here a vision of wholeness. It includes science and institutions, holistic institutions, holistic culture, holistic selfhood. So on the right, it says the Earth Constitution offers just such a paradigm. For a concrete, holistic world system paradigm can challenge our subjectivity to grow toward a wholeness commensurate with the goal. The goal is a civilization based on human dignity. Right? Our wholeness must necessarily include physical, social, and moral dimensions. So here's our next question, right? How do capitalism and the nation state interfere with moral growth? Anybody want to address that question? Yeah, investment is a kind of mechanism. It's not. Its intent is not to interfere with moral growth. Right. The intent is you want your business to prosper. You want to pay back your loans. You want to have a decent income and so on. The intent is not here. It's just, the thesis here is that it's a systemic consequence, right? The system itself. If everybody is investing just for those innocuous purposes, right? No malign purposes. you have a system that does not intentionally recognize human dignity. And in fact, the fact that the system creates immense poverty in the world and distinguishes it from immense riches, even without its intent, the system interferes with our common recognition of human dignity and our common development of a just world order.
Professor Martin?
Yeah,
I'd like to bring up, when we're speaking of capitalism, I think that that some thinkers have pointed out that words can have more than one meaning. And we're speaking in terms of the ideology of capitalism, which states that there should be no limits on corporate power and no regulations on corporate activities. And this is one way of using the word capitalism. I think that is the sense in which we're using it here. Even in World Federation, in the Earth Constitution, there are protections for private business,
sure.
And there are protections for corporate activities, and there are protections for capital investments.
Right.
But within the framework of Earth Constitution and within the framework of World Federation, there capitalism and capital is not the end all for everything, and the people of the world are not the instrument of capital, but
right.
rather capital is on a tight leash. The activities are restrained. There's a governing of the activities. So the activities cannot be of a corporation, cannot be those activities that lead to the impoverishment and destruction of human beings and of the earth.
Right.
So we're using in the slide here, in the question, we're talking about capitalism, which is the ideology of unfettered growth, the ideology of subservience to a private oligarchy of unregulated organization.
Right. Very. I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, and we can remember that yesterday, Economist Daily, Herman E. Daily, we saw who's supports a market system, but he also supports sustainability, and he distinguished, we saw yesterday, between allocation, and the market is very good at allocation and supply and demand. He distinguished between that and distribution, just distribution. How is the social product to be distributed? Does it go only to the rich, or does it go to everybody? And scale, right? The whole question of scale. The market cannot determine scale. As you're pointing out correctly, the current ideology is unlimited growth, right? The G20, I imagine, is still about in domestic product, and so that violates scale, right? If you have the ideology of growth, and as the SDG document that we examined the day before yesterday, it advocates growth. It says growth should be sustainable, but the way to solve these problems is by growth. It says that several times throughout the document, but it doesn't mention that there is a scale beyond which growth becomes destructive, right? It's not. It goes beyond the carrying capacity of the planet. So markets, we could distinguish between fair trade and free trade. Markets need to be fair trade and so on.
Yes.
Yeah. So here's an idea from psychologist Eric Fromm, who was one of the very important psychologists writing during the end of the 20th century in the United States. It is this: changing the human heart and the social conditions that make the changes possible. That's what he's writing about. It is this that we must discover. Psychologist Eric Fromm calls this a, quote, a change in the human heart. He declares, quote, for the first time in history, the physical survival of the human race depends on a radical change in the human heart. However, a change in the human heart is possible. It very much captures what we're trying to get at here today, that, we need growth for the people of Earth to a world-centric level. We need a change in the human heart from selfishness and greed, from ethnocentric imposition of my culture and everybody else. We need a change of the human heart but Eric Fromm points out correctly that the present world, the economic and social arrangements in the present world don't make that possible. That's the thesis that I had in my chart that I presented just before our break. They don't make that possible, right? So he says drastic economic and social changes must occur that give the human heart the chance and the courage and vision to achieve it, right? And these drastic or important social and economic changes, I submit, are embodied in the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. So if we're changing the institutions by fostering the Constitution, we're at the same time giving the human heart the chance to change, making it possible because they see that they're not impeded. People's change, people's growth is not impeded. If the social and economic arrangements make their growth possible. So dialectically, it says they go together, fundamental economic and social changes, along with a change in the human heart. Field of paradigms, right? The modern paradigm is not level with the holistic paradigm. Modern paradigm that came out of the Newtonian worldview that emphasized causal determinism and necessity and atomism. That was not a correct paradigm. The whole holistic paradigm discovered in the 20th century by Einstein and Max Planck and the early theorists that blossomed into quantum physics and so on, that holistic paradigm supersedes the early modern paradigm. They're not on the same level. So as the quote here, as the passage here says, as theologian Ted Peters declares with respect to evolutionary theory, quote, we see developing here a concept of emergent holism wherein synchronistic actualities produce new wholes that are not simple, but represent higher levels of complex and integrated being. Similarly, our work on behalf of ratification of the Constitution promotes this sublation and process of transcendence. Right? So integration, holism, the vision of one Earth, one civilization, human communication, bridging the cultural gaps and bridging ethnocentrism. There's an emergent holism that can happen that will bring human beings literally into a different way of thinking. Right? They'll begin thinking first, as I was saying earlier, first as world citizens, and then second as members of this culture or this race or this religion and so on. And I know, for example, last year, I wrote the introduction to a immense volume on Islam written by an Islamic scholar. He asked me to write the introduction to his book. And it's called Islam Another Chance by Rashid Shahs, who teaches at a Muslim university not far from Delhi. And his book gives a vision of Islam and its mission in the world and its role in the world that transcends ethnocentrism, that is truly universalistic, right? And so this is possible for anybody, from any background, from any religion, from any culture. Something in the world is integrating these synchronistic possibilities. They're coming together. So there are 9 features, at least 9 features of the Earth Constitution that promote growth and transformation. And there are 9 features that are fundamental to democracy and democratic theory. And I would like to go through those features so that we can see, I think, in depth how the Earth Constitution embodies the new paradigm and indicates the possibility of a synchronistic elevation of human life into a global civilization. So the 9 are listed here. Human dignity. Okay, and of course that's the theme that we started with today, and we'll talk about a little bit more about that. 2, universal human rights. See, they're not exactly the same, as we saw, because universal human rights derive from dignity. Right? Dignity is something special about human beings. So when we ask about this special thing called human sensitivity, human consciousness, human self-awareness, then we say, well, that can be recognized through these rights, A, B, C, and D. And the list of rights can be articulated in different ways, and different constitutions do that in different ways. The UN Universal Declaration does it in one way, but as we saw earlier, the Earth Constitution does it in what we assume is a more sophisticated right, which is immediately enforceable rights from those which are in the process of being realized and have a kind of unending scope to their realization. So human rights, genuine equality, right? Dignity. If everybody has dignity, then this is an equality, because you can't measure dignity, right? A person who is a billionaire and a person who is a pauper, they have the same dignity. And therefore, genuine equality has to be linked in some way with dignity, right? And we'll look at that as a feature of the Earth Constitution. Public space for authentic communication, and we'll talk about how important that is and what it means when we get to that point. 5, consent and participation of the governed, the fundamental principle of democracy. And, we all ask, here in the United States, to what extent are we really able to give consent and participate in the government? At least 50% of the government, maybe more, is top secret. It's top secret. It's security, national security. Everything, almost every document the president looks at is secret, is classified. And we wonder just what our participation in consent is really about in this country. So number 6, citizens' rights and responsibilities. We'll look at that dualism in a minute. 7, the common good of the whole. Very important. Democracy, authentic democracy, is about the common good of the whole. And we saw that issue earlier, pointed out by people like Emery Reeves, that the whole is the whole population of the planet. You can't start dividing that whole and saying there's a common good for Canadians and a common good for Americans and a common good for Mexicans, because then you lose the whole, right? You lose democracy as well as the whole. So number 8, continuous reduction of force. And we'll look at that in relation to the Earth Constitution. And number 9, education and institutions for conscious evolution. It's a big concept nowadays, conscious evolution. Those books, whole books written about it. Right? Human beings, they say, have to take their evolution into their own hands and consciously evolve to a global civilization and a world of peace and justice and freedom. So we'll look at each of these in turn. Human dignity. The first principle of authentic democracy is the dignity of all persons as human beings. This means that persons cannot be manipulated, dominated, deceived, or dehumanized as if they were mere things. Torture is prohibited, as is imprisonment without proper due process of law, as are lying and deceit to the population. The deceitful use of people to achieve ends to which they are not a party is prohibited to any government that approximates genuine democracy. The United States has a national security state, which is doing things that we have no idea about. Everything is secret, right? Does that make us be something that's manipulated by ends to which we have no access? Ultimately, even war must be prohibited if you're really going to have democracy. And we saw that earlier in our class, how war and democracy are incompatible. If the global polity is truly founded on dignity, hence equality and justice, there will be no need for ideology or propaganda. There'll be no need for violence, as Mahatma Gandhi puts it. Mahatma Gandhi always said, violence covers up lies and requires lies to cover it up. He said, lying is the mother of violence. So if you have a drastically unequal society, like most of the societies in the world, between the super rich who own most of everything and the poor, right? Lies have to cover this up. It's a violent situation. The police protect private property and the wealthy against the poor. That's part of their job. And so you need to cover that up with sayings like law and order or respect the law and so on. Really, the law is inherently violent in these cases. So, human dignity. We're still on the first feature of the Earth Constitution and democracy. The Earth Constitution is premised on universal human dignity. And because it eliminates the need for any national security state, it does not violate this first principle. It theoretically makes possible a government fully compliant with this dignity. We have seen that every nation state is structurally required to keep secrets from its citizens and therefore lie to them, violating their human dignity. Excuse me. In addition, in much of the world, corporations are considered to have rights, thereby trashing the concept of our unique human dignity entirely. Much of corporate advertising and propaganda consists in lies designed to extract private profit from consumers or to cover up their complicity in environmental destruction, war, and the exploitation of the poor. That's true. As a matter of fact, the Earth Constitution does not say anything about corporate rights. It simply gives rights to human beings, attributes rights to human beings in Articles 12 and 13. But the Provisional World Parliament, which is we have mentioned this week several times, part of its job is to elucidate the intent and the details that are there in a broad way in the Constitution. And one of the World Legislative Acts of the Provisional World Parliament abolishes corporate personhood. Right? Corporations are not persons. They do not have the rights of persons. And I think the official name of that act is the Corporate Personhood Abolition Act. So the Earth Constitution cannot tolerate anything that has rights and dignity besides human beings. It's founded on the concept of human beings having dignity. Okay? So if every human being is a personal subjectivity, with the personal potential to live a meaningful life and have a story to tell, then the system of capitalism that forces the poorest 50% of humanity to struggle against overwhelming odds to actualize their personal potential becomes impossible. One of the first times I visited India back in 2001, I arranged to, I was in Mumbai visiting Rashmi Mayor, who was the head of an environmental organization, an organization for sustainable planet. And through him, with his help, I arranged for myself to have a tour of one of the major slums of Mumbai, of which there are many. So he linked me up with a social worker who worked in that slum, and she guided me. We spent the whole day. She guided me, and she knew the people in the slum. We talked to people who had little businesses, who made watch bands and things like that. We visited the whole slum, and my overall impression was, what possibility do these people have to realize their human potential? The very situation that they're stuck living in cuts that off. It strangles their human potential, and there's so much human capacity that is wasted, and of course I've done since that time. Of course, I visited slums in Africa, in Latin America, in the United States, all over the world. You have the same thing: human potential being squandered, wasted because of a system in which 50% of humanity live in conditions like that. So this passage here on the screen goes on to say the system of sovereign nations sees citizens as military fodder or as enemies, lacking any dignity at all. How do we respect the dignity of people who are in countries that are designated enemies? In the United States, the refrain is, Putin is a monster and Russia is evil, and so on. It's just, it denies their dignity as human beings. And so with respect to the power struggles and projections, it's a moral impossibility. Whereas Articles 12 and 13 of the Earth Constitution simply mean that the Earth Constitution is fully premised on human dignity. Right? Its purpose is not power. Its purpose is not fostering wealth at the expense of poverty. Its purpose is human dignity and human welfare. So there's the question to reflect on or to ask questions about that we've just covered. In what ways is the Earth Constitution founded on human dignity? Anybody want to ask a question or reflect on that? Okay, well, let's look at the second one then. The second, the inalienable is a tricky philosophical question, and I won't go into the issues regarding that. But John Locke, the British philosopher who was really behind the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, his philosophy was behind these things when the U.S. had its revolution in 1776. And Thomas Jefferson, you might remember, wrote the Declaration of Independence, which starts, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And John Locke said these rights are given by God. They're prior to society. But the social theory has come a long ways since that time, and now we understand that there's no such thing as a human being who is not socialized. Right? To be a human being, to be is to be born into a culture, and so our socialization, society, and our recognition of rights emerge together. Rights are not there in some magical way prior to society and socialization. But nevertheless, because human beings have this dignity that cannot be calculated, as Kant points out, that cannot be reduced to price, you cannot put a price on human dignity, then the rights that we derive from that dignity, and we may list in different lists, all of them can be called inalienable because the dignity itself is not something that is finite, that is inviolable, that is infinite. And so that this is the doctrine of it in the following way. The first generation, often associated with the 18th century, includes political and civil rights such as freedom of speech, religion, protest, press, habeas corpus, and so on. All right, the second generation of rights, often associated with the 19th century struggles against the domination of the super wealthy and the exploitation of the workers, involves social and economic rights such as worker safety, social security, pensions, health care, adequate wages, and the right to education. These two generations of rights are both there in the UN Universal Declaration. Right? The U.S. government officially, its attitude toward the UN Universal Declaration is that it's merely symbolic. It's not international law, it's just a symbolic ideal. Right? So it isn't something that has much weight according to the U.S. government. Especially the U.S. government says Article 25 of the UN Universal Declaration. Because Article 25 says everybody has the right to a standard of living and a compensation for their work adequate for himself and his family to live a life of dignity. This violates the principle of free trade, according to the United States. Right? Free trade, you cannot give people the right to adequate compensation for themselves and their families if it's a free market. And the market can, if the market is truly free and you get starvation wages that can't even support yourself and your family, that's just the free market operating. It's no one's fault, according to U.S. ideology. So the second generation of rights got into the UN Universal Declaration. The third generation did not. Right? So now with the two bills of rights in the Earth Constitution, Article 12 and Article 13, we're gone beyond the UN Universal Declaration to include the third generation. The third generation, emerging from a growing 20th century planetary consciousness, involves planetary rights, such as the right to world peace and the right to a healthy, protected environment. Do we have the right to world peace? Does the war system of the world violate our human dignity? Do we have a right to a protected and healthy environment? Those are in the Earth Constitution, and it shows that the authors of the Earth Constitution really emphasized had a planetary or world-centric consciousness. And I would say they're absolutely necessary to have in a constitution, right? And as soon as you put them in a constitution, we have the right to world peace, you have a critical principle that places a critical perspective on nation-state militarism. How do you have if you have a right to world peace, how can my government have a military which is always preparing for war and which is in arms race with other countries? Because as they get more technology and more weapons, I have to keep up with them and so on, right? How do you have a war system? In other words, the world system is a war system if you have a right to planetary peace. You have to abolish that war system. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So, yes.
Professor Martin?
Yes.
The Earth Constitution requires the ending of the military systems we're looking at the overall system of militarism worldwide. And we were noticing in dialogue a few days back that the Earth Constitution, the way the Earth Constitution is framed in its Article 17 for the transition, that there during the first operative stage there is still military systems at national levels, and those military systems pledge not to use weapons of mass destruction against other members of the Earth Federation, other member nations, other member militaries of the Earth Federation. We also noted that in the Earth Constitution, this is a detail, but it seems it might be an important detail, that the Earth Constitution provides for a financial economic technique or process for financing itself, and yes, that in their different provisions of the Constitution, particularly in Article 17, that provide this. One of those provisions is that the financing of the implementation of Earth Federation, that is reimbursed, and it is reimbursed it may be called a profit, that PROFIT, a profit to the individuals that promote the implementation of the Earth Federation, that get the ratification of the Earth Federation. Yeah. In addition to that, there are two provisions of the Earth Constitution that provide that in Article 17, under the first operative stage section of 17, and under the second operative stage section of 17, there are provisions that the national governments of the world provide to the Earth Federation 1/2 of the money saved from their budgets before the last year before they entered the World Federation.
Right.
And what this effectively means is that the military budgets provide, that is, the military budgets can provide the financing for the World Federation under the provisions of the Earth Constitution, and that the civilians or citizens of the respective governments where the military budget provides for the implementation of the Earth Constitution, the citizens of those national governments, the people of those national governments in their respective accounts receive the money back from the money that went into the military budget.
That's correct. Yes.
So this is a process by which the World Federation is self-financing. It is not an attack on the militaries of the world, but rather it is a very wise, I believe, wise strategy for allowing the militaries to take this course of action among whatever other things that they have to do. They can take this action, and that process of the national governments financing the military budget carries into the Earth Federation activities to ensure a secure process of implementation of just the world government under constitutional federal principles of republic.
Yeah, good. Okay. Yes. So what we have on the screen here is the preamble to Article 12. Now, Article 12, as we've seen, is the Bill of Rights, and it's a list of rights that are, it says, immediately enforceable, right, as soon as the first operative stage of the Earth Federation is realized. The rights in Article 13 are not immediately enforceable. You cannot immediately eliminate all the poverty in the world, right? You cannot immediately give clean water to everybody on Earth, which is their right, and so on. So the rights in Article 13 are commitments of the Earth Federation to transform the world to a place of justice and peace and freedom. But we can see, I think this preamble is important for us to read here. It says the inhabitants and citizens of Earth who are within the Federation of Earth shall have certain inalienable rights defined hereunder. It shall be mandatory for the World Parliament, the World Executive, and all organs and agencies of the world government to honor, implement, and enforce these rights, as well as for national governments of all member states in the Federation of Earth to do likewise. Individuals or groups suffering violation or neglect of such rights shall have full recourse through the World Ombudsman, the enforcement system, and the world courts for redress of grievances. The inalienable rights shall include the following, and then it goes on to list what they are. So you can see that this idea of inalienable rights deriving from the concept of human dignity is explicitly identified in the Earth Federation Constitution. Okay, so we want to see if we've got there we go. So now the third principle of a proper Earth Federation, and the third principle of democracy, and the third principle of the Constitution is genuine equality. Numerous thinkers have pointed out that you cannot have authentic democracy when there is a huge disparity in wealth among the people. Political equality of voting rights is undermined and overruled by vast economic inequality. So the Constitution, as we saw in one of its fundamental features, its goals, its fundamental principles, in Article 1, is to well-known philosopher of law, Ronald Dworkin, writes the following. He says, "Can we turn our backs on equality? No government is legitimate that does not show equal concern for the fate of all those citizens over whom it claims dominion and from whom it claims allegiance. Equal concern is the sovereign virtues of political community. Without it, government is only tyranny. And when a nation's wealth is very unequally distributed, as the wealth of even very prosperous nations now is, then its equal concern is suspect." Right? So theorists, he's not the only theorist, but theorists of democracy. Right? There's a lot of books on democratic theory that I've used in my work to write about these things. Many theorists, and he puts it very explicitly. No government is legitimate if it does not show equal concern for the fate of all citizens, including the poor, right? And if it did show equal concern, it would do something about their poverty. Transition to a liberated human condition.
Professor Martin?
Yeah.
I just pointing out that when we're speaking of equal concern, it's not meaning to say that everyone's salary will be exactly equal. That's not the point, but rather that the gains of some will not be made, the salaries of some and the gains of some will not be at the expense of others for the creation of poverty. I think it has been pointed out by Amartya Sen and others that poverty is a created condition,
right,
in the present world. That there can be a reasonable and just equality where everyone has the protection and the dignity of people. There's a recognition of the dignity of people that prohibits the creation and generation of poverty.
That's why we're using the phrase reasonable economic equality. We're not using, it's not absolute economic equality, it's reasonable.
Thank you.
So transition to a liberated condition, a world system based on the unlimited accumulation of private wealth and human beings as program predators, which is what some of the critics of capitalism say we are, program predators of one another, will necessarily have its moral traditions erased and will be denied the freedom to establish a just and democratic regime for all persons. That's a version of my thesis that we had in that chart that I modified from Ken Wilber's work, where capitalism and the system of nation states interfere with culture, interfere with subjectivity, interfere with science, influence these things. So in doing that, they erase our moral traditions. If these moral traditions are truly universal and liberated, they interfere with them. So the second paragraph says, in other words, the world system must be based on moral principles. And we have seen that moral principles must be understood in relation to the dynamic of growth toward world-centric and cosmocentric levels, animated by our highest moral goals. As we saw above, the present world system blocks this growth process. Social justice under Article 13 is more than simply reasonable economic equality. It liberates human beings to act on a growth-based moral principles. Right? The Earth Constitution makes possible a nonviolent transition to a liberated human condition. That's a thesis here. Planetary communicative structures. Just checking here. At the global level, as we all know, propaganda wars and information wars are raging unabated. Today, especially vitriolic, they are especially vitriolic given the globalized struggle between Russia and the US over Ukraine. We need a civilizational space, philosopher Jürgen Habermas recognizes, that enables, quote, the logos of language that embodies the power of the inner subjective, which precedes and grounds the subjectivity of speakers. Sometimes theorists speak of, use the phrase collective rationality, and I take it that's what Habermas is talking about here when he says the logos of language. Language itself, excuse me, lends itself to a collective rationality. If we discuss with each other and communicate with each other sufficiently and deeply, we come up with mutual understanding, which is a collective rationality. And it's different than this idea that each of us is an isolated subjectivity, and every time we talk with others, we're only using our own perspective, and we have no way of transcending that perspective. And the logos of language, the very structure of language itself, says that's not true. We do, because we're language-using beings, we have the capacity to develop a collective rationality. So the Earth Constitution helps people develop what some people have called collective rationality that impacts the subjectivity of speakers, raising them to transpersonal and world-centric levels. So here's another feature of the Earth Constitution that is very important and that probably is not really found in most of the nations worldwide. And that is a protected public sphere for communication. Many thinkers like Habermas have reflected on this as a problem in the modern world. The sphere where people can really dialogue with one another, whether in the parliament of a nation or in public debates over public policy and so on, is shrinking. And it's being inundated by propaganda from the wealthy sources, where just slogans and ideologies and so on are everywhere in the mass media, and they submerge. They tend to minimize and submerge our capacity for real communication. So the Earth Constitution has features that protect the sphere of public communication. So here, the first paragraph here says the free exchange of ideas and the development of a genuinely communicative dimension are essential to any notion that the people are the source of legitimate authority in government. The disappearance of a public space in which democratic discussion can take place concerning issues facing the nation and the public is a fundamental contemporary threat to democracy. Second paragraph. Here is the key to absolutely essential feature of a constellation of institutions and practices that make authentic dialogue possible. Philosopher Jürgen Habermas says that the only effective dialogue within such a public space can make possible, quote, the reciprocal and symmetrical relations of mutual recognition proper to a moral and legal community of free and equal persons. Right? There's the ideal of democracy, right? The reciprocal and symmetrical relations of mutual recognition proper to a moral and legal community of free and equal persons. This is the fundamental condition for human growth also toward a world system of ever more profoundly premised on human dignity. So the Earth Constitution embodies features which, for example, people who are running for public office, people who are running in the various world electoral districts for office, they are given by the Earth Constitution a booklet. In those days, it was called a booklet because it was before the electronic revolution. Today, it would be a website of a certain size or something like that, something probably more electronic. But they're given a certain space, and the idea is that there's an equality. You have a certain space for talking about your qualifications and your issue, but there's no, the voting process is no longer one where dark money, hidden secret donors give millions of dollars to the campaign of some off-the-wall candidate. Right? That is prohibited by the Earth Constitution. So that's why it's so important that we look forward to this public sphere, this global public sphere, in which we can really talk with one another, really debate the issues, and not just have propaganda and so on. So, question: what is a protected public space for communication essential to democracy? And I'm sure we could think, all of us can think of ways that even contemporary governments can protect that space more than they're doing now, right? You can, for example, in some countries, campaigns are financed by the government, right? The government doesn't allow private funding of campaigns so that there's an equality among the people. And there's other ways, legal ways, that we can protect public space for genuine communication, because it's absolutely essential to democracy, right? You got, democracy means the people are participating in government with the idea that there's a common good that the people are benefiting from and also articulating. And without that, you just have oligarchy, right? India and the United States are really just oligarchies of the super rich, arguing with one another about their own initiatives and things that they want to implement for their own benefit. So the next major feature of good democracy and of the Earth Constitution is consent and participation of the governed. The fifth principle of democracy is the idea that government only functions legitimately with the consent of the governed and active participation of the governed in formulating the laws under which they live. Governmental authority to legislate and enforce laws is predicated on an unforced consent to these laws by the population. This means that consent must not be manufactured or engineered through government propaganda, intimidation, pressure to conformity, or corporate-controlled media system, or any other method. Rather, consent must be the product of the free exchange of ideas within a democratic framework. And we saw earlier in the week that not only does each electoral district have solicit the political participation of the members of the district in electing to the House of Peoples and ultimately getting nominations for the House of Councilors and so on. But the Provisional World Parliament has created a mechanism called the Global People's Assemblies that is designed to enhance that political participation. So that when you get the World Parliament operating, it really is representative of the people of Earth. not some rich ruling class or whatever. So the Earth Constitution fosters consent of the government, free, unforced consent of the government. Article 12, the first Bill of Rights, for example, in the Earth Constitution identifies all the rights necessary for freedom of information, freedom of investigation, freedom of the press and media, and privacy from governmental interference. So people have the right to get information about what's going on, and this is fundamental to democratic discussion and so on. The bottom block says, in addition, we have studied the mechanisms by which the participation of the people of Earth directly influences the Earth Federation government in numerous ways, making every aspect of its functioning empowered by the consent of the people living under its democratic laws. It is embodied in the World Parliament. So, we're looking at 9 different features of the Earth Constitution and of authentic democracy. And the number 6 is the rights and responsibilities. So whenever there are human rights, many thinkers point this out, there are corresponding responsibilities. When democracy exists in human affairs, the persons whose dignity, rights, equality, and consent are thus institutionalized are transformed from mere individuals forced to obey arbitrary laws by police or military authorities into citizens morally responsible to one another and to the society as a whole. Right? Citizenship, fundamental to democracy. Right? And citizenship means one is responsible. One just doesn't have rights but responsibilities. So a community of rights and duties emerges under the Earth Constitution that is a very special form of human association. Every one of one's rights becomes complemented by duties and obligations to the community. And this includes, as we have seen, reciprocal rights and duties between government and its citizens. Okay, any thoughts about that? Questions? So, rights and responsibilities continued. Democracy not only recognizes our inalienable dignity as human beings, but it raises us to an even higher level of dignity by making us responsible to society and to our fellow citizens within a community of rights and duties. By the time of the current 21st century, this can only be a global community. It certainly is citizens of any country that considers itself to be a democracy. Certainly we have rights and duties. You know, here in the United States, I consider it a duty for us to vote, even though it's not required, and so on. And even though the vote is often, as we all understand, futile, it really doesn't seem to make a difference. But we have a right to political participation, and we should do it, right? But the Earth, you know, in ideal democracy, which is what the Earth Constitution represents, this becomes very serious, right? Global, as it says on this passage here, global citizenship raises humanity to a higher moral and existential level than previously. The Earth Constitution does exactly this for all the peoples of Earth. By raising people to this higher level, it serves the causes of developing planetary maturity, moving people to a world-centric level. It serves the cause of ending all war and the protection of the environment. People are able to unite in solidarity toward creating a planetary community worthy of human dignity. Right now we have human dignity, but we don't have societies or institutions worthy of our dignity. They interfere with our dignity by and large. So the Earth Constitution creates a vision of a world that's worthy of human dignity. So the seventh idea is the common good of the whole. Within the framework of freedom, citizens soon develop a loyal community of rights and duties in which the common good of the whole, that is our collective rationality, becomes a matter of utmost importance. Democratic government that represents them must embody this concern. The whole notion of the common good of the whole logically includes the idea of the good of future generations, which must be taken into account. And of course, the Article 1 of the Earth Constitution that we looked at, right, which emphasizes ending war and disarming the nations, protecting universal human rights, creating a sustainable planetary environment. Those are the good of the whole, right? They're part of the common good. And we saw that thinkers like Errol E. Harris, early in the week, we saw thinkers like Errol E. Harris say, no nation any longer is capable of protecting the common good of its citizen, because in a globalized world, the common good is global. And no nation is able to end war or protect universal human rights and so on. The global common good is now the moral obligation of nations, which means they need to federate, because as individual nations, they cannot achieve this good, right? But if they federate under the Earth Constitution, then the good becomes something that can be pursued and actualized. So government based on legitimate government, the first bullet point here, legitimate government does not represent the interest of a segment of the population. Concern for the environment, for the equal dignity and prosperity of citizens, for preservation of resources for future generations, and for protecting the rights and political voice of all citizens equally are understood as representing the common good. We have seen that every member of the World Parliament and the heads of all agencies of the Earth Federation must take an oath to act in the service of humanity. That is, for the common good of the whole. And everywhere, from the preamble to the Constitution to its final Article 19, there is an orientation to the global common good that interfaces with the rights in Articles 12 and 13 and actualizes the aim of government to secure that good. So here we have what are some features of the global common good protected by the Earth Constitution? And I just described them, ending war and disarming the nations. It's the global common good. Protecting universal human rights. It's a global common good. It's impossible for that to happen through isolated nation states. Number 8, the continuous reduction of force. Implicit and more or less explicit in the Earth Constitution is the idea that the authorities, especially in the enforcement system, are to continually find ways to enforce the law without using physical force. And so that's what this number 8 is about, and the Earth Constitution is designed to reduce that. Right? In the United States, there's a big hullabaloo about the police in the United States as using excessive force, as shooting people, especially on racist for racist reasons and so on. And there's a movement that says defund the police, and then there's other people who say no, the police must be stronger because we need law and order and so on. But what we need to do is to have civilian, highly cultured and intelligent police officers who understand that the enforcement of law doesn't have to be through violence. and shouldn't be through violence. So here it says, we have seen that the Earth Constitution is designed to move people in government away from the use of force to governing premised on empowering people in freedom, justice, and equality. Article 10 on the enforcement system specifies the ways that laws can be enforced other than through police action, sanctions, fines, through police action. You can have sanctions or fines or denial of privileges. You don't need arrest, violent arrest necessarily. And we're running short of time.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've seen already that Article 10.4.4 at the top of the page here says a basic condition for preventing outbreaks of violence, which the enforcement system shall facilitate in every way possible, shall be to assure a fair hearing under nonviolent circumstances for any person or group having a grievance, and likewise to ensure a fair opportunity for a just settlement of any grievance with due regard for the rights and welfare of all concerned. Right? See, there's a principle of reducing force. Right? If people really feel that justice is being served and that their welfare is a concern of the government, they're not going to need force in order to conform to the law. So at the bottom it says the police agency includes an Office of Conflict Resolution, and this is considered a key to the global enforcement of democratic world law. In addition, the Provisional World Parliament has passed World Legislative Act 14, the World Security Act, that mandates an ongoing effort to reduce all forms of physical violence in the enforcement process. Quote, police officials shall use the least force necessary in the arrest of suspects. Brutality or unnecessary force is cause for suspension or expulsion from the police force. Okay, so here's our final one, the last one. We're just going to make our time limit, I think. It's education and institutions for conscious evolution. Right? How do we human beings consciously evolve to the ideal world we all know should be here on Earth, a planetary civilization of peace and freedom and justice based on human dignity? How do we do that? So on the left it says, we have seen above that people need to be working to bring humanity to world-centric levels of awareness, and perhaps beyond these to cosmic-centric levels. And the right, it says, in numerous places, such as Article 8, the Constitution draws on global private and public educational institutions in its quest for monitoring our progress in sustainable living on Earth, and the election of wise people to the House of Councilors, and the use of human knowledge and technologies for the good of people while preventing harmful uses. The educational infrastructure of civilization is mobilized under the Earth Constitution in the process of actualizing the goals set forth in Article 1, such as ending war, disarming the nations, protecting universal human rights, and creating planetary sustainability. But the ombudsman in Article 11 is really the very important aspect of conscious evolution. The real tour de force on behalf of conscious evolution is in Article 11 on the World Ombudsman. This article alone sets the Earth Constitution on a plane far beyond any potential competitors of those that have been written to date, of which we are aware. Excuse me. The World Ombudsman will be one of the 7 primary organs of the Earth Federation: the Parliament, the Executive, the Administration, the Integrative Complex, the World Judiciary, the Enforcement System, and the Ombudsman. So the Ombudsman is organized on the same principle of unity and diversity as the other 6 organs, run by a council of 5 ombudsmen. And the essential point here is that it has offices within all of the 1,000 world electoral districts covering the planet. We have a major public authority dedicated to conscious evolution. Out of the list of 11 functions for the world ombudsman listed in Article 11, we can distill them into 3 central ones. First, to protect the people of Earth against violations of their rights as stipulated in Article 12 of the Constitution. Second, to serve as a watchdog on all the other aspects of the world government to ensure that the Constitution is being followed and that people's rights are not violated. And third, to press for the implementation of the directive principles for world government as defined in Article 13 of the Constitution. Here we have conscious evolution embedded in the Earth Constitution, right? The ideal of reasonable economic equality for everybody, of ending poverty, of clean water for everybody, right? Of adequate housing for everybody. All that in Article 13, we have a whole agency consciously dedicated to making it happen, right? There's conscious evolution in the Constitution. So the world ombudsman is a permanent structural feature of the Constitution, meaning that the practical utopian goals behind the Constitution in many articles are understood to be open-ended with practically unlimited possibilities for further improvement. In other words, these goals appear not only in the Constitution, but on our common human value horizon. We all know that it should not be the way it is. We all know that there should be justice, peace, and freedom on the planet. Right? That's what it's referring to here. So it coincides with the sovereignty of humanity, having both the power to enforce them and the ethical grounding that makes this government legitimate. So today, we looked at human evolution demands and how it demands that we evolve a system premised on moral growth and human dignity. Secondly, we saw that neither the sovereign state system under the UN nor the capitalist economic system are premised on dignity. Instead, they inhibit dignity. The Earth Constitution, which offers a global political and economic system founded on dignity, must be our evolutionary goal. Third, the 9 fundamental features of democracy and hence dignity are integrated within the Constitution, including the all-important feature of conscious evolution. I'll skip the question here. During the past session, the past week, first of all, we looked at the history and creation of the Earth Constitution within the context of the larger historical world federalist movement, going back at least to World War I and the issues raised by this history. Secondly, we looked at the structure and functioning of the Earth Constitution in detail in contrast to the system of sovereign nation states and their embodiment in the UN system. Third, on Wednesday, we looked at the concept of sustainability, its relationship with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and how the Earth Constitution addresses the climate crisis comprehensively and effectively. Fourth, yesterday we examined the differences between international law and world law, the history of sovereign nation-state system as inherently a war system, along with the ways that this system remains embedded within the United Nations. We saw the difficulties that this system has of incorporating individual responsibility for the commission of international crimes such as aggression, war crimes, or crimes against humanity. We also looked in some detail and structure at the structure of individual world electoral districts under the constitutional system. Finally, today, we have placed the Constitution within the context of the evolution of human consciousness and the need for psychological and moral growth toward world-centric consciousness and the moral universality as embodied, for example, in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you, all of you who have attended. We hope you have found this course enjoyable as well as illuminating. We want to thank all the good administrators and faculty from the University of Delhi for making this historic event of such a course possible. May God bless us all as we struggle for a liberated human future.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, sir and ma'am. It was truly an exhilarating experience for us. Before I move on, I just would ask the audience if there's any question that anybody wants to ask, or we could just go ahead with the conclusion of the program. If there's any question, please write your question in the chat box. Okay, all right, then I'll just conclude. As we come to the conclusion of this enlightening 5-day program on world law prospects, emerging world law, and the G20, I, Shivani, stand before you with a profound sense of gratitude and admiration for the remarkable contributions of our distinguished speakers, Professor Glenn T. Martin and Eugenia Armand. Throughout the program, Professor Martin captivated our minds and hearts with his deep understanding and insightful explanations of world law, global governance, and the importance of spirituality in human awareness. His immense knowledge and expertise in promoting the Earth Constitution and his unwavering dedication to peace and global cooperation have left an indelible impact on all of us. Also, Eugenia Armand ma'am, with her profound expertise and experience as an honorary Juris Doctor, enlightened us with her invaluable perspectives on world law, sustainability, and the Earth Constitution. Her passion for promoting global governance and her unwavering commitment to world peace have inspired all of us. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to invite Professor Sunita Gupta, Professor, Department of Commerce, Kamla Nehru College, University of Delhi. Formal conclusion to the program.
Thank you, Shivani. A very good evening to one and all present here. Respected Professor Glenn Martin, Professor Elman, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Professor Urvashi Sharma, Professor Kalpana Bhakuni, Dr. Neelam Gupta ji, Dr. Rohit Kumar Srivastava, the entire organizing committee, and all the participants who are present here. On the behalf of Kamla Nehru College, and as the coordinator of this enlightening program on world law prospects, emerging world law, and G20, organized by the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, in collaboration with the World Constitution and Parliament Association and Kamla Nehru College, University of Delhi. It gives me a sense of immense pride and gratitude on the successful completion of this extremely insightful 5-day short-term program. Over the course of the last 5 days, we embarked on a transformative journey exploring crucial aspects of global governance and delving into the principles that underpin them. On the inaugural day, Professor Martin and Professor Elman set the stage by introducing the Earth Constitution and its purpose. It laid a strong foundation for our subsequent discussion. Shivani Kallara, faculty at Kamla Nehru College, moderated the inaugural session and helped in increasing participation by attendees. Moving forward, our focus shifted towards world legislation on the second day. We recognized the significance of enacting and enforcing global laws and promote peace, justice, and the protection of human rights. The session was moderated by Nikita Pasan, another faculty at Department of Commerce, Kamla Nehru College. As we entered the third day of the program, it deepened our understanding of the economics of the Earth Constitution and world legislation, wherein we explored the economic dimensions within the framework of global governance. The session was very well moderated by Shivani and Nikita together. Sustainability and sustainable development goals were discussed and various insights were shared by our respective resource persons on the fourth day, and which was moderated by Mahima Yadav, faculty, Kamla Nehru College. On the final day, that is today, we covered several vital topics. Dr. Rakesh Gupta, senior lecturer at Griffith University, introduced G20 to us, and it was followed by Professor Martin and Professor Elman, explaining the importance of spirituality in human awareness. This journey has been a great learning experience, and the entire credit goes to our resource persons, Professor Martin and Professor Elman, such learned and experienced professors. Special mention goes to our dedicated moderators, Shivani Kalara, Nikita Pasan, and Mahima Yadav also. I extend my sincere appreciation to Senior Professor A.K. Singh, Professor Urvashi Sharma, the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, for their continuous support and collaboration, making this program possible. I would also like to express my gratitude to Dr. Neelam Gupta, World Constitution and Parliament Association, for her valuable contribution and partnership. Sir Professor Singh, we look forward to more such collaborative programs in future. Finally, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all the participants, including faculty members as well as research scholars who actively participated in this program, contributing to its vibrant and intellectually stimulating environment. Your presence and engagement have been instrumental in the success of this event. As we conclude this remarkable journey, let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration we have gained here. Let us continue to explore ways in which we can contribute to a more just, sustainable, and peaceful global order. Together, we can shape a better future for our world. Thank you once again for your unwavering support and dedication. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all of you. Once again, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would also like to invite Dr. Neelam Gupta, Ambassador WCPA Global for International Outreach, National Coordinator WCPA India, to say a few words before we conclude the session.
Thank you, Professor Shivani. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I, on behalf of WCPA, express my gratitude to University of Delhi for its commitment to the pursuit of knowledge and academic excellence. And seriously, this 5-day program, which is a resounding success, is possible only with the hard work and dedication of everyone who is involved here. I especially want to thank our deepest appreciation for Professor Ajay Kumar Singh ji, whose unwavering support and guidance in making this program a reality. And a special thanks to Professor Bhakuni ji, Kamla Nehru College principal, whose invaluable support really helped us to go far to complete this 5-day short-term program. And please convey our condolences on the sad news of her mother. That's our request from WCPA side, please. Our special thanks to Professor Urvashi ji, Professor Sunita ji, for their outstanding coordination and organizational skills. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Rohit for his dedication and tireless efforts in ensuring the smooth execution of this program. It was really I am telling you seriously on our part, the way he has taken the whole journey. It's worth praising. And I would like to appreciate the contribution by Dr. Rakesh Gupta for his introduction to the G20. And our sincere appreciation, of course, to Dr. Glenty Martin and Miss Almond for enriching the learning experience of all participants, including me too. Last but not least, I extend my gratitude to the moderators. That is Assistant Professor Kalra, Shivani Kalra, Assistant Professor Nikita, Assistant Professor Mahima, for their excellent facilitation throughout the program.
Yes, for sure, ma'am.
And I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all the participants, who made it vibrant and intellectually stimulating experience with their participation. Especially, I will take the name of two participants here. I don't remember their full name. One was Leela Joshi. I think she's also assistant professor, and assistant professor Divyani. I really appreciate their efforts and their inputs in our journey. And once again, I thank everyone for their unwavering support and participation. We have taken a significant step towards a peaceful and harmonious world. One more thing I want to add here. I think Professor Sunita ji, she mentioned about Earth Constitution just now. From the day one, I wanted to link between, you had a sanitary function today from and your chief guest was Prime Minister Modi. So if we link the Earth Constitution and Mr. Modi's motto says "Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas." I will translate this for Dr. Glenn and Miss Almond. According to Dr. Glenn, according to Prime Minister Modi, he means together for everyone's growth with everyone's trust. Now, why I'm quoting this in relation to Earth Constitution? If you see the Earth Constitution vision, it says unite for the benefit of all or perish together. So I really appreciate this collaboration of WCPA and Delhi University. Thankful to, I'm really saying thankful on behalf of WCPA to each and everyone here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would say that ma'am's words, so beautiful words, have made our day. I would also like to request Professor Martin and Ms. Almond to say a few words and give their feedback to us about how they felt throughout the session. So if you could just say a few words.
Shall I go?
Sure, ma'am.
I would like very much to thank the administration and faculty of Delhi University for their great coordination to help make this a wonderful and good program. I would like to. I'm so bad with names, but I want to thank the dean very much for your consideration and organization in the program, Mr. Kumar Singh. I would like to thank Neelam Gupta, Dr. Neelam Gupta, for your role. I sense that without the coordination with Dr. Gupta, this would not have been possible. I would not have been able to get together with this. And our communications, I think, have been a great help in coordinating this and helping me to understand what the program would best be about, how to best put the program together and in the 5-day seminar. And I'm wishing that that from here we can go forward into the world and understand with greater and greater understanding and freedom. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Martin, if you would like to say anything.
Well, I too very much appreciate everybody that has worked on this and participated in it. The administrators, the students, Neelam, Eugenia, everybody. And I won't reiterate what everybody has already said because I affirm it and I agree with it. But I want to say that the preparing of this and the working on it has been a learning experience for us as well. And we, I'm constantly trying to think about our human situation and how we can move forward in it. And I just kind of want to leave a thought with everybody as we part for now, and maybe we'll see each other when we come to India in November next year and so on. But it seems to me that the ideals, the principles that we have been talking about today and all week long are things that all of us can understand, right? And those principles are absolutely essential because they show us that the current situation does not have to be that way, right? We talk about, we have the ideal of justice, and we look at our current world order and we see that it's not just. We have built right within us a critical principle that allows us to evolve as a species to a world of justice and freedom and peace. Right, that's there in the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as we saw, and it's embodied throughout the Earth Constitution. So as we go forward, I urge everybody and recommend that we take very seriously the insights that we have to the inadequacy of the present world are there because there are objective principles. Justice, peace, truth, freedom, equality. There are objective principles that are there within our spirit, within our human subjectivity, that need to be actualized, that can guide us into an evolutionary, liberated future. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure your teachings are going to stay with us forever. At the end, I would say that as we conclude this program, let us carry forward the wisdom, inspiration, and vision that Professor Martin and Professor Armand have imparted to us. Let us strive together to build a world where justice, peace, and sustainability prevail. Once again, I extend my deepest appreciation and gratitude to our esteemed speakers, guests, participants, and collaborators. Your contributions have made this program an exceptional journey of learning, enlightenment, and transformation. Thank you all for your unwavering support, dedication, and commitment to shaping a better future for our world. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you very much.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Rohit, I have one question. You have in the program brochure, it's mentioned the valid certification distribution.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you going to do it now or it will be done later?
Ma'am,
You will be sending it through internet, right?
Yes.
Via
Ma'am.
email.
Yes. It will be sent to participants through internet.
Uh-huh.
So I will be emailing you the list of the participants who have joined all the 5 days and those who are going to get the certificates. And we are going to send them the certificates through the emails.
Okay. So the validity function basically means like declaring that they are going to be given certificates and which you will be giving them all through email.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Good night.
For being with
Good
us.
night, everyone. And good day, Dr. Glenn and Miss Almond.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.